Okie dokie now. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back for more Ace Attorney. We are in the middle of Farewell My Turnabout, and by in the middle, I imagine somewhere actually very much towards the beginning, where we finally completed the investigation after most of 2 streams. We completed the investigation prior to the first day of trial. I don't know what kind of nonsense this is. But, we've got to defend Matt Scotchgard, who is totally guilty, by the way, of killing Juan Tequila. Because a little goblin's life is at stake, and this game won't let me burn everything to the ground. Which sucks. So, let's load the save data, and we'll figure out what the hell we gotta do here, because it's been a little while. I know there was something about a Celeste Impax who committed suicide, and then Adrian Andrews was her protege and is now Scotchgard's assistant, and something about a glass of tomato juice that probably wasn't actually tomato juice. I don't know. It's all a bunch of baloney, and I'm just going to have to bluff for this entire day. And yeah, Pig Rider, you're not wrong. Everybody's guilty, case closed. Especially me. I am definitely guilty. Ah, what are you saying? You're saying Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. I didn't believe it. That woman could not do any. That lassie couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. Ah, a mountain of evidence, you say? Is it like Mount Everest? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Oh! This does also bring up, I don't think I have it in my... No, I don't. But there was that card that Adrian Andrews was fiddling with that I think is the calling card of one Shelley the Killer. Because we saw it also from Maya's point of view, and she used it to unlock the door of the wine cellar and get herself out, but obviously she didn't actually manage to escape, so we'll figure that nonsense out. But yeah, bottom line, this whole thing is a bunch of baloney, but what else is new? Please, Mr. Lawyer! Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, aight? I cannot let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, I don't know who this is supposed to be. Well, it's almost time. Oh, I actually kind of figured it might be Mia in Pearl's body, which always looks very uncomfortable. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now, otherwise I'll get distracted, trip over my own 2 feet, and get amnesia again. Or Pearl's either. No matter what Wait, what does he mean by Pearl's situation? Like, okay, Pearl is upset, but Pearl is now Mia. I think. Well, whatever. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. It would be a first. Well, okay, technically a second, because I did it, in case 1-1, but... Indeed. Well, let's get going. Oh, good. I get to speak to a dead man. It's him. This is right. Am I speaking to the dead man again? Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired? And what the fuck do you mean by that? Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Okay. Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm going to have to think of an even better way to kill him, like a more torturous way of killing him. And I'll throw his own words right back in his face. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, people don't die that easily. As I watch him suffer for the rest of eternity. For my sake as well as yours. Why for your sake? I mean, I'm guessing you were the hired gun that shot Juan Tequila. But I don't know, I'm confused. You must win today's trial, which is why I sent you a little present. Oh god, what the hell did he send me? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the... What the hell is he talking about? What kind of present did he... Uh-oh. What did he do? Now what? Kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? You must be lying like that Pinocchio fella. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing anyone at the prosecution table. This is a problem? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Scotchgard. Okay. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor? And yeah, I saw nobody is there. It's not like Franziska to not show up. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Ms. Von Karma? That is an excellent question. I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. So he tells him to shut up, and then he says keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Oh, God, what happened? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning... Oh, you fucking bastard. Okay, so I was already having to think and brainstorm of an even more torturous way to kill this guy. And now I've got to go one step further. This is going to be fun. We'll see. What? Shot? That adds up, yes. Somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about. Yeah, you do realize there's more than one prosecutor, you know. His present... Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. Yes, one of. But there are more. Shooting one of them doesn't change anything. And also, it pisses me off even more. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is, in fact, totally insane, which means that it makes perfect sense for the Ace Attorney world. Yeah, that makes sense. Ms. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer! I just found out she got shot myself! I betcha I know who this is. And I'm not happy. I'm really not happy. I'm taking a guess. I'm using the voice. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. Because obviously... Oh, good. Stupid, triumphant music that he doesn't deserve. I knew that it wasn't the bailiff because they used question mark, question mark, question mark. And I figured, just like Phoenix, I figured this jackass would show up. Yes, he apparently, even the judge thought he was dead. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Ms. Franziska von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. That's the witness stand, you jackass! Are you that far out of Okay, good. He finally figured out where he had to go. There's another Von Karma with a bullet in her right shoulder. Just like her dad. Ms. Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Scotchgar. The court acknowledges the prosecution, but why the fuck is a ghost here? Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. I don't give a fuck. I don't. If you had left a little note that said you were going on a trip, that's one thing. But you basically left what amounted to a suicide note, and everyone thought you were dead for that year. Oh well. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know I don't give a fuck what your answer is. I don't. I don't even know what the hell the question was! Other than a fantastic DC Comics, well, okay, DC Comics, I think it's Detective Comics, but like a DC Universe character voiced by Jeffrey Combs in his most iconic appearance in Justice League Unlimited. That's the question that I know about, not what this guy asked himself, because I really don't care. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct, for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Again, he's getting fired at the end of the game. Is this going to be series tradition, where in the last case of every game he gets fired, but somehow isn't actually fired? Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Hey, you jackass! This is the one guy who unquestionably stood by your side and didn't get pissed off when you suddenly returned from the dead. Show the man a little respect. Please. Showing someone else a little respect and a little humility might be good for you. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, that jackass D-Killer replaced Franziska von Karma with Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth. I mean, both of them have axes to grind against me. Like, they really hate me. But... well... this is not an improvement. This really does not improve my situation at all. I'm going to have to give D-Killer a lesson on gift giving. Gotta make sure the person you're giving the gift to will actually appreciate the gift, and that it will benefit them. Oh well. Yeah, it would have to be with Lost as Edgeworth as my opponent. I don't care, Phoenix. Nobody cares. Again, I don't even know what his fucking question was. I probably should have paid a little more attention to him in the past game, but who gives a fuck? Bear facts of the case. As opposed to deer facts of the case, or rabbit facts of the case, or bird facts of the case. Oh, right, wrong spelling of bear. Whatever. This might have happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Tequila, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. That explains jack shit. I'm gonna have to press you on everything. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Push all of the buttons! All of them, I say! Push! Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Hey, okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The victim, Juan Tequila, was found dead in his hotel. Who found him? Because we know Old Bag saw Scotchguard walking across the hall or something. We know Lotta was snooping around. But neither of them actually found the body. Was it specified that Adrian Andrews found the body? I don't remember. Hold it. Oh yeah, okay, yes. I thought that sounded familiar, but it doesn't make sense. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Scotchgod's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. You wish, Judge. You wish. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to go get Mr. Scotchgod. So how the fuck did she end up in Mr. Tequila's room? Was she drunk? She doesn't seem the type. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. Why? Why? I see, and that's when she found the victim's body. But why did she go over there? No, we have another question. Because she was Scotchgard's manager, so why would she go to Tequila's room to get him for the show? None of this is making any sense. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely moited, sir. And how do you believe that? Cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Tequila was stabbed in the chest? You never actually gave me a full autopsy report. Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Okay. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here toward this bandana. So he was strangled. So what the hell is with the knife in his chest? I didn't know the judge was going to say that. Banana. Where's Snowy when you need him? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. God, the judge is on fire today. I don't mean literally, because I'm the one who's literally on fire. But the judge has just got a bunch of really good one-liners today. His banana-scented bandana. Oh, God. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Ah, perfect. We finally have the autopsy report. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. Okay, why? And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. Yes. And so that in and of itself is very suspicious. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime. Yes, good, perfect. My client is not guilty, Your Honor. Excellent, thank you. A fan really wanted the guitar and he did the crime to get it. How's it? You know, stranger things have happened. Seriously, they really have. We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Not that that proves anything because the perpetrator could have been wearing gloves, but whatever. Only the victims, huh? I see. No, Judge. Your theory was fine. Gloves are a thing. We know this from Rise from the Ashes. Guitar case. Empty. There is some water, but only on the top of the lid bears Tequila's fingerprints, yes. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the moita. Okay, explain! What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Where the fuck was it? The bright dead guitar, no. The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Tequila, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. That makes no fucking sense! So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? No! How does that make any sense? First of all, even if he had somehow managed to do that, the guitar case would feel a fuck-ton lighter without the actual guitar in it. Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point, and not the point of the knife. Why then did the police arrest Matt Scotchgard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like the jackass is back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Scotchgard? Because there was no vodka guard, and Tequila was dead. Matt Scotchgard and Juan Tequila were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my... That is motive, yes. As for evidence, there's the Pajama Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and found in Mr. Scotchgard's Akama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated moita. God knows everybody in the entertainment industry is always on medication of some kind, so it obviously was a premeditated moita. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. Strictly speaking, though, the knife wasn't what killed him. So... I'm not sure what the knife having his fingerprints proves, but, sure. Alright. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Why was it sticky? Actually, that's not a question any of us want answered. Bears the victim's blood and Scotchgard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Okay, so obviously he didn't buy the knife. It was a complimentary knife that he got with his... Well, okay, didn't get, like he's not going to get to keep it. But it was like a knife he got from for his dinner. And if we're going with the theory that Adrian Andrews set him up, she had dinner with him, so she probably pocketed his knife after he used it. And again, gloves are a thing. And then she planted that knife on him, and then when she went to go get Scotchgard for the ceremony, or for the post-ceremony, whatever, she planted the button on the Hakama. I can see this as being an argument that makes as much logical sense as anything in this world. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? No, it's covered in ketchup. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. Yes, Phoenix, we were aware of this. Pajama Ninja's button, added to the court record, was ripped from his costume, is covered in Tequila's blood, found in Scotchgard's Hakama. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? So it would appear, Your Honor. Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? Not even close, you jackass. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Fuck you. Alright, Matt, Scotchgard, and One Tequila were huge rivals with each other. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Scotchgard won, did he not? Yeah, but you know what's ironic, Belle? One Tequila was always one step behind Mr. Scotchgard and everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Tequila lost the Grand Prix at the end. That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. ... They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. Okay, but... wait just 1 second here. Mr. Scotchgard was beating Mr. Tequila in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but, which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective, it's not, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Objection! Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Not you do, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, sir. That's, I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! Like I said, Lost as Edgeworth, you show this man just a modicum, at least a modicum of respect, because he's the one guy who unquestionably and unflinchingly stood by your side, even when you were on the defendant's, in the defendant's stand. Or wherever the fuck the defendant sits. Even when you came back from the fucking dead, he unquestionably stood by you. And this is how you repay him. I'll look forward to your next evaluation, too. Now, Detective. Let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension due. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? Okay, we got the fact that the motive was basically not. Push. Do you have any proof that the button belonged? Yeah, it's in the picture, dummy. What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Pajama Ninja's costume. I mean, it's in the photo, right? Yeah, see, it's literally in the photo. You can see that there's a button missing. Technically, we don't know if it's the same button, mind you. But it probably is. But can't you tell just by looking at it? ... And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. ... Mr. Lost is Edward. Help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, you'll discover that they can't possibly actually match, because there will always be little micro tears that happen, and it won't fit perfectly, so I'm just talking out of my ass. Bullshit, that's not how this shit works. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Which means it didn't actually come from the shirt. Have you ever actually tried to tear a button, or have you ever actually had a button tear off of a shirt or a piece of pants, or not a piece of pants, or a pair of pants before? The thread will, start to disintegrate into a billion little micro threads. You can't match that up. It don't work like that. It don't. Trust me, my wife has had to sew a lot of buttons back onto my pants for me. Shirts, too. I may be slightly clumsy. Phoenix, you know nothing about sewing. That's Lost as Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. But perhaps he'll miss a radish, if I chuck it at his head. It was ripped off the ninja costume and found in Mr. Scotchgod's Akama. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Tequila. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people like me. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife, which he used for fucking dinner. how were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Eh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh! And then which hand did he hold it in? Is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Miss... right. The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then? No, the Gatewater Hotel is. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife, which he didn't. It belonged to the fucking Gatewater. Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It don't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Well, they haven't found the fucking medication yet, so I think we're fine. Phoenix. Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. I wasn't paying attention. What did he say? Think carefully before it's too late. Button covered in the victim's blood and a knife with Scotchgard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Alright, let me check the court record. Yeah, see, Gatewater is engraved. He didn't actually buy it for the murder. It was the knife for the hotel, okay? Blah, 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 blah. So we got rid of the motive. It's gotta be interesting. I mean, it says, in the grip, Gatewater is engraved. So this was the knife he had for dinner. I'm gonna present this and see where it goes, because it's probably gonna go nowhere. Objection! Uh-oh. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client, quote, bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Did fucking Gumshoe just assume that Scotchgard bought the knife? Did he not even notice that it said Gatewater on it? Seriously? Oh boy, okay, well let's see where this goes. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater, I think I heard that name somewhere before. No shit, it was the hotel that the ceremony was at. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel, not to be mistaken for the Watergate Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is but it doesn't actually matter, because once again, Losses Edgeworth's gonna say, well, it doesn't matter, he still committed the fucking crime. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Losses Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think... Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. Also, hi, LJ.
When the attorney is uninterested in a sexual relationship.
What?
Well, he's the ace attorney.
Oh, yes, I suppose that makes sense. Although, to be fair, that's not what the shippers think about this franchise.
Oh, and I agree with the shippers.
I don't! I have yet to figure out how Phoenix or Franziska ever forgive this jackass.
I don't know.
They don't explain it.
Yeah, I have no idea. The only game I've played is the third one, in which the problem seems to have been solved.
Yeah, well, do you even know what the problem was? Oh yeah, you watched my last episode, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been watching.
Yeah. I haven't
been watching this stream, so I'm like 50 minutes behind on whatever's happening here, but I've been watching in general.
Well, yeah, no, that's fine. But, yeah, no, he's back. Franziska got shot. Maya been kidnapped. And I need to find an even more devious and diabolical way of killing D-Killer when this case is over. That's basically the sum of what happened. Oh, and he's just as big of a jackass as he's always been.
Yeah, makes sense.
There is something, if Dawning ever shows up, that I do want to say, but I'll wait until she shows up, or I'll mention it towards the end of the stream if it because I know she's got a migraine, so she may not show up, but we'll see.
Ah, unfortunate.
This one's been going on for a long time. It's very concerning.
Oof.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very, very worried. But oh well. I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. What the hell do you mean? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough. Gumshoe just proves you wrong, but at least you're kind of covering for him now. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. Oh, right, he's not actually covering for Gumshoe, because Gumshoe just got fired. I see. Again, Gumshoe, Losses Edgeworth, show Gumshoe just a smidge of respect, please. But I, didn't know... Oh. The question is...
Oh no, that was just one of the cutest little whimpering noises I've ever heard.
Well, the script said whimper. Also, occasionally I need to pull that out if my wife is trying to get emotionally manipulative. It's usually the other way around, though. Well, okay, no, it's not. I don't get emotionally manipulative. You know what I mean. Maybe.
Maybe.
She's not in this week, though. She went off to go see her family for Thanksgiving. so I won't be getting any angry texts from upstairs saying shut the hell up again. It's also why I will be able to stream a couple of extra times this week, which is nice. We'll get to that after this stream is over, though. Where did this knife come from? Well, why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Mr. Tequila's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Yes, a bottle of tomato juice that is very clearly tomato juice and was always tomato juice, but yeah, no, there is in fact a knife there. He must have like a picture of this that's not included in my court record, which is bullshit, but there is a knife and fork on the table, but no spoon! Aha! I have solved the murder! He was hit upside the head with a spoon! Then, where in the world did this knife come from? San Diego. If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Scotchgard. Oh yes, recall. Oh, look at that, a knife is missing.
Photographic memory.
Yeah, with his photographic memory, even though he never actually visited it, because he was only put in charge of the case today, because Franziska got shot.
That's just how good he is at this.
Also, I see the knife Mr. Scotchgard used to cut his T-bone steak. It's the one up against the couch. It's a little bigger than what most people use, but he's a samurai, so he can probably do it and be fine. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? Yeah, I suppose it might be. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Scotchgard's knife was missing. Gee, I wonder where it ended up. Irk. Mr. Scotchgard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. That's the stupidest fucking thing I could think of. Back me up here on this one, LG. If you were planning
that depends on how good your argument is.
If you were planning to commit murder on your rival, who technically wasn't even as popular as you, and you were consistently beating in the polls...
Uh-huh.
Why the fuck would you take a knife that you had just used for dinner, had your fingerprints all over it, not even technically use that as the murder weapon, and then stab him in the chest with it after he was already dead?
Spite.
Yeah, but you're leaving your own fingerprints all over the place.
Well, if I was dumb enough not to be wearing gloves, then my fingerprints would have been on everything else anyway. So at that point, why not swing for the fences?
But again, there's no proof nobody with gloves wasn't there. I mean, look, let's be fair, okay? Scotchgard doesn't seem like the sharpest bulb in the crayon box. He really doesn't. Nobody in this universe technically does. But the guy can't scratch his own nose without consulting his manager. I feel like premeditating a murder is beyond his cognitive capabilities. And if he did have that kind of cognitive capability, he'd at least either wear gloves or not bring along the knife he had literally just used for dinner. look, I'm pretty sure he's still guilty as sin. Not of the actual murder, but of hiring the murderer. But that's another story.
Who do you think the murderer is? What person in this case could possibly be some kind of killer?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe the guy named D. Killer, who is telling me to get Scotchguard off the hook, because apparently it's good for him too. Like, it's in his best... He said that earlier on, that it is in his best interest. Why would it be in his best interest for me to get Scotchguard off the hook? Because Scotchguard's the one who's got to pay his bills.
I suppose there's a certain amount of logic to that one.
The problem is it's too logical, which means it's not going to work in this universe. Anyway, Mr. Scotchguard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Again, if it's people in the entertainment industry, yes, there's always medication involved. Usually not so legal medication. You haven't actually found it yet, so... Amazing, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction that is absolute bullshit. It seems like Lost as Edgeworth had this planned from the very beginning. How the fuck did he have this planned when he didn't even know as of when he woke up this morning he was going to take the case?
You know, prodigy.
No, Franziska's the prodigy. He's an idiot.
But Kilometers Lost his Edgeworth has been a prosecuting prodigy since he was like, what, 14?
No.
No?
19, I think.
Oh, 19.
Yeah.
I knew they started old and then got progressively younger as they had to introduce more and more impressive.
No, that's the irony. Right, they started relatively young, because I don't remember if it was 18 or 19 with Lost as Edgeworth, but I think he'd been prosecuting for 4 or 5 years before he ran into Phoenix and Lost as Edgeworth. Franziska started at 13 and had been prosecuting definitively 5 years before running into Phoenix Wright on purpose, which was probably the stupidest thing she ever did. And then apparently after that, everyone else is actually older, but they still try the whole prodigy thing. The Franziska, but they still try the whole prodigy thing anyway, even though it doesn't fit as well. So, by no means is Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth any kind of prodigy. I have proven him to be a bumbling, babbling baboon of a buffoon multiple times in the past. And I can't say that 5 times fast. Anyway, this must be one...
How about slowly?
I don't wanna. I don't even remember what I said at this point. I think it was bumbling, babbling baboon of a buffoon or something.
Yeah, that sounds close.
Whatever. This must be one of those traps. And I just walked headlong into it. He does wear girly clothes, doesn't he?
I love how he says that, oh, this must be one of those traps, as though every case so far has not involved him walking into at least one prosecutor trap.
Probably. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time, although I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Oh? Is he giving me the rope to hang him from? Evidence not yet
entirely
shown.
Possible. Because that is kind of where Edgeworth's character arc goes.
Here's the thing. He knows about this evidence because he gave it to me yesterday when he didn't assume he was going to be taking the case.
Yeah, because, like, that's where his arc went in the first game. He stops caring about just winning and starts playing against his own interests as a prosecutor for the purposes of finding the truth. He's 100% leading you here, yes.
I don't want to go where he wants me to go. I don't. I don't think I have a choice, though. If we answer with something wrong here. Yeah, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Important and necessary to present to this court. No, not right now. I mean, look. Strictly speaking, none of the evidence that I actually have has been related to the case at all. Like, the only things that I can think of are the suicide report and the attempted suicide report, which, again, he gave me. I mean, I'm just going to present the flat-out suicide, like, the actual suicide report. I do. There's one... One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only... Oh, good. I wonder what happens if I get it wrong. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Well, the judge... Oh, God!
Yeah! Your judge is not fucking around this time.
I need to rethink this! Is it actually the suicide report?
I do have a transcript up. I can tell you. But also you can... I'm pretty sure you can literally just save right here and come back later if you do mess it up.
I can. We technically haven't seen a game over yet.
Don't think we have.
It's my attorney's badge, Your Honor. It's not a profile. It's not the magazine clipping. Your Honor, I would like to present to you this radio transceiver that I was given by this guy named D. Killer, who is blackmailing me into defending this jackass of a client that I have. But I'm relatively sure, because it was specifically Loss's Edgeworth, who gave this to me yesterday. I'm relatively sure it's got to be the suicide report. Because if I submit the attempted suicide report, we don't know the relevance other than the name Adrian Andrews showed up, but it's specifically in the suicide report, right? The deceased was Celeste Impacts, found by Juan Tequila. Was her suicide note hidden? So it provides relevance directly to Juan Tequila, and it gives a potential motive for someone else because he hid someone else's suicide note. I know you've got the script up, LG, but does that at least make some kind of logical sense?
It does make sense. I will admit, that's where my brain went. Is it correct or not? I won't tell you, but that was my first thought.
Because, again, it goes back to, this is literally the piece of evidence that lost his... And he's the one who brought up that... Because he had this in the bag, and if he wants to get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and it's supposed to be something where you need to get it in one shot, the suicide report, it's got to be that one. It has to be. Oh boy. I'm going for it. Oh god, I got it wrong.
I'm sorry, right? But this time your bluffing has steered you wrong.
Not bluffing! Like, that makes perfect sense. Do you not see Juan Tequila's name on this evidence? Oh boy. I am a man of my word, Mr. Wright. Okay.
My favorite part is the way that the transcript specifically renders this part, because it renders in italics infinite penalty.
Uh-huh.
Which is just a kind of hilarious way to put it.
So it doesn't matter if I somehow manage to hack an extra bar in there. The game is programmed to just crush through anything that I've got. Okay. So like I said, we have not seen a game over yet.
Well, we're about to.
Okay. Huzzah. So what does that do? Oh. It just takes me back here. Alright. I'm glad I saved. So if it's not the suicide report, what the fuck could it be? Is it the fucking wine glass? Because technically we've already seen the wine glass. It's there in the fucking photo.
But has it been presented as evidence?
Evidence of what?
I don't know. He had wine?
He had tomato juice.
Sure he did.
Fine, I'm guessing it's the fucking wine glass for some stupid reason, as yet to be determined. Unless I screwed this up altogether, and I wasn't supposed to present anything now, but I doubt that.
No,
wine glass?
I'm pretty sure whatever direction you take last time will give you the present evidence menu.
Okay. This is a wine glass, is it not? Yes, nobody's complaining about it. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant, allegedly. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor, the guitar case is open. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, is this wine glass. Which means what?
Well, that's not important right now.
What does it prove? It proves nothing! That's why I wasn't inclined to go for that at the beginning. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Why? It proves nothing! Dot, dot, dot. Yeah, dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Yeah, see, everyone is like, what the fuck does this even prove? Like, it might prove that the killer tried to pour himself a glass of tomato juice, then realized he better get the fuck out of there after killing the guy. Well, yes, it is a little peculiar, but it doesn't actually prove anything. Why is this game so stupid? Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes. God, the judge really has had a bunch of great one-liners today. Mr. Lost is Edgeworth.
The judge has gone through 2 games of this shit, and he is done with it.
He really is. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. Dot, dot, dot. You don't need my opinion. You know that this glass proves jack shit. See? See? I knew where he was going before he knew where he was going. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. Yes, Phoenix. This is why I wanted to present the suicide report in the beginning. It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who did... okay, I guess he's saying, for example. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Ms. Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? No, because there was a goddamned mess in front of the fucking... Oh! Oh!
Oh?
It actually does prove something. For once, I might be the idiot. Yeah, she could not have gotten to that dresser, or that desk, or whatever, without disturbing the mess, because the whole fucking thing is blocked off. So yeah, no, I mean, she could have come at it from the side. Okay. I think I'm actually the idiot here. There's no way. No, I have the proof. Trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Ms. Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? I bet you he's got her fingerprints on the glass. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. Uh-huh. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? I can tell because your head's not on fire. Do you think this wine glass escaped my note? Yes, because you weren't fucking in charge of the case until today!
He's just very good at it.
Until 5 minutes before the fucking case started! Why are they acting like he could do this all in like 2 seconds?
Because he's a prosecuting genius!
Genius my ass.
The best there ever was!
Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Aha! Now you're falling into my trap, because I'm going to say Adrian Andrews was the murderer. You fool! See, he's walking into my trap now, LG. Fingerprints. There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose? No, duh, he's gonna say they were Adrian Andrews. They were not the victims, nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews. Yes, Phoenix, this is good. This is very good. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Bullshit! She had to have left it there before he was murdered. Again, look at all the shit in front of the dresser. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Absolutely not. No, it's the wrong way around, Phoenix. You've got him now. First of all, we still haven't figured out why she went to see him in the first place. Because again, she wasn't his manager. And second of all, that glass, which has her fingerprints on it, definitively puts her in the room before Tequila was dead. Congratulations, buddy. You fucked yourself over. Ms. Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Tequila. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. No. No. Look in front of the dresser. You apparently thought well enough to get that glass dusted for fingerprints, but not to notice the giant fucking mess in front of that dresser. It makes absolutely no sense,
What
Judge.
he said makes a lot of sense.
No, it makes no sense.
Sorry, I'm the judge, and I think he makes a lot of sense.
It makes nonsense! Wait a minute. Does the word nonsense come as a squishing together of nonsense?
Legitimately, I think it does.
I have just discovered something new! Or I have learned something today, I suppose. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see?
Okay, Edam Online says it probably comes from not and sent.
Nonsense.
Non meaning the prefix for not.
No, nonsense makes better sense.
Oh, it does, but...
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see right? Yes, I see that you're still as big of a dumbass as ever. You can't change any Yes, I can. Yes, I absolutely can. Apparently you haven't thought hard enough, you dumbass! If it took you a year and you still fall this short, go commit suicide for another year. And think harder. Because you're not thinking hard enough today either. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. I really don't give a damn. Well, wait a second, Mr. Lost is Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter. No, he hasn't. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you...
He agrees!
What the hell is the matter with this guy? And the other question is, why the hell doesn't Phoenix say, no, she couldn't have set that down because giant fucking mess in front of dresser? The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Old Bag.
The oldest of bags.
Hello, Snowy. You missed a segment involving bananas earlier. I was very disappointed you weren't here. Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth thinking? Answer! He's not. He never has, and he never will, because he is an idiot with an IQ of negative 5 million. Which is almost impressive. Haha! It's the space alien! But LG, I don't understand why I wasn't able to say, wait a minute, she couldn't have put that down. Like, tell me that's coming later in this case.
I mean, I haven't read ahead, but I assume it's just something along the lines of they assume she came in from the side or something.
The glass would have been in a different location if she had. That's too far on the center of the table for it to have come from the side. Trying to nap earlier and failed miserably at that. Well, that sucks. Oh, good, Snipper Wapper, which was kind of unnecessary because I was going to use her voice anyway. But oh, well, now I got to voice everybody like Old Bag because everybody is Old Bag. Especially not Old Bag.
She just has that influence on people.
Yeah, she does, Snipper Wapper. And another thing, if this glass had been placed from the side, it would have been closer to the side. And it couldn't have come from the other side, because there was a dead body of that one tequila fella sitting on the other side of that table, and it couldn't have come from the front because of that huge mess on the ground. You see that mess? She couldn't have possibly put that glass down before. So only thing that glass proves is that Adrian Andrews was there before Juan was dead. So she did it. She's guilty. Guilty, I say. I gotta stop punching myself in the leg. It really hurts. If this case doesn't go back to that point, I will be really mad. Ah, that's a mistake, Snowy.
So it does.
I, well, I was going to mention this when Dawning showed up. I relented on that. So, again, I was going to wait until Dawning showed up, and I'll continue the snipper whapper in a bit, but I wanted to be slightly serious for a moment here, so I will be. You may remember as of a couple of streams ago, I said no more tsundere for Edgeworth. And I meant it. I really, really did. I was completely and totally sick of the shit they pulled with his character committing suicide, then not committing suicide. It really, really, really stuck in my craw. And I got rid of the tsundere for Edgeworth reward, like I said I would. I relented. And do you actually want to know the reason why?
Sure.
Because, God help me, Edgeworth was right.
Okay.
What I ended up using as the screenshot as the thumbnail for last week's episode,
Yes.
where he says that my hatred for him is unhealthy and one-sided. I thought about that, and he's right. He absolutely 100%. Now, I will never allow him to have the initials ME. Never. Those are mine, and mine only. Plus, whoever the heck else is in the War Room server. But
characters you like more than him don't get that privilege.
correct. Technically, though, I don't know how I feel about Scotchguard. I think he's an idiot, but I technically like him better than I like Lost as Edgeworth, unless they're secretly one and the same person, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them both in the same room at the same time at this point, so probably not. Anyway.
What a twist that would be.
Well, it would explain why both of them were trying to steal my initials. Regardless, and I know it really hasn't seemed that way so far. Well, I'm getting there, Snowy. I'm getting there. So I completely, well, okay, fine. Long and the short of that is I completely deleted the tsundere for Edgeworth reward, because I was never planning on bringing it back. When I decided to, I guess I just copy-pasted the description from tsundere for Melee. And forgot to switch Melee for Edgeworth, but whatever. That's the long and the short of that. The bottom line is, and again, I know it doesn't seem this way so far. Maybe. But, like I said, he's right. It's not healthy for me to be that hateful and vengeful of a fucking video game character. It's not.
It is a tad over the top.
And having lost a couple of my own friends personally, I probably took his shit with the suicide thing maybe a little more personally than I should have.
Ooh, yeah, that would yeah, not go well with that, would it?
No. So, I think I already did apologize for the rants I made a couple of episodes ago because I know they were very heated. But let me apologize for that again. And I still stand by it being an extremely dumb decision they made, that the creator of the game made for his character. Like, either have him suicide and be done with it and never bring him back, except in, like, flashback cases or whatever, or specifically say that he's going off on an adventure of discovery or self-discovery or whatever, and then bring him back like they did. But they tried to do both. It really didn't work, but I took it a lot more personally than I should have. I already didn't like the guy, which didn't help. And again, having lost some friends of mine in the past, it really did hit me on a much more personal level than it should. But again, he was right. I can't keep hating him to that same level. It's just not going to be healthy. So I'm still going to give him shit as he deserves, which has been pretty obvious so far in today's stream. But I will try to tone down the vitriol and the hatred and everything like that. And I'll probably stop saying something like I shoved a bullet in Manfred von Karma's shoulder. Because that's a really funny mental image to think about. But at this point it's over the top, it's ridiculous, and it's overplayed. So I wanted at least one of the little goblins here when I said this, but because of my mistake with the tsundere for Edgeworth, well, because Snowy saw tsundere for Edgeworth and then called out the description thing, that kind of prompted that to happen. I was going to mention it at some point during tonight's stream anyway, but there you go. I'm going to take a little break now because I just need. I won't say I need to calm down because I'm pretty calm, but I need to step aside for a bit. I think I need my inhaler, and I need to rest after getting that off my chest. So I'll be back in a bit. I'm sorry there's no background music, but that's just kind of where we paused stuff. So give me a sec, and I swear I'll go back to being entertaining when I return. Okay, I'm back.
Hooray!
I forgot what the hell I was doing.
You were snipper whapping.
Oh, yes, I was in the middle of snipper whapping because Old Bag is now here. Old Bag is in the house, y'all. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Gotcha! I see that hydrate. Or more accurately, G-O-T-C-H-A, gotcha! Grrr. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Maybe he's starting to think that being an overconfident jackass was not exactly his brightest idea. Oh, Edgy Boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. Nice. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the...
Oh, that's a good
one. Fuck!
You good there, buddy?
No, but I will give that to him too. Oh God, I'm glad this game is making me laugh again. I almost do feel like a weight's been lifted from my heart. It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. And I'm going to be tsundere for Melly while doing it. Because Melly, he is the greatest person in all of Hisui, no, in all of the entire world. He is the most purple, has beautiful hair, he is the best, he is the most gorgeous, and I don't know why. I am so infatuated with this Edgeworth fellow. This little edgy boy is not worth my time, because he is not nearly as good or as great as the powerful and wonderful Melly, who is the most powerful Pokemon trainer in all the whole world. And that Volo character would have stood no chance against him, even with his stupid little tricks and his stupid little dragon. He would have said, "I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dragon, too." I tried to incorporate Wizard of Oz in there because, well, you know why.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Oh boy. I think I'm done with the Snipper Wapper, but I do have to continue with the Tsundere for Melee. I'm trying to keep track of time on these things because doing the voices is fun. Possibly not so good for the lungs. We'll see. They're doing better, by the way. I will say. Laughing hard, still going to be a bit of a problem for a little while. But overall, much better. Which is nice. Like, I can actually breathe. My lungs don't feel quite as tired anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely a plus.
I have not been able to get in for the lung functionality tests yet because I was on a business trip last week. This week's a holiday week, and I'm gone all of next week on another business trip. But by the time we have to test my lung functionality, the inhaler might have fixed the problem.
Oh, we can only hope.
We'll see. Anyway, Tsundere for Melly still. So yeah, Melly is the greatest, he is the most wonderful, I love him so very, very, very much. His luscious purple hair, his wonderful pungent aroma. After all, you know I love anything and everything that has to do with the word pun, including and especially pungent. Just his wonderful and excellent personality, those dreamy eyes of his, and just... I mean, he acts like he's the center of the world because he is the center of the world. Everything really does revolve around him and his greatness and his gloriousness. And, you know, I can't wait for Dawning to finish that Melly enthusiast avatar that I'm supposed to have. She's had a migraine. She's actually had quite a few of those this year, so I understand why she had, but I've been so eager to see it because I just want to see the truth come out for once. Because I just spend so much time repressing the truth and not being honest about how I feel. And again, I was honest with how I felt earlier during this stream, and it really did lift a weight from my heart. So I need to start being truer to my feelings moving forward, and that includes saying how much I love Melly and how wonderful and perfect he is, and just an all-around magnificent person that I'm not even worthy of being in the same room as. And, you know, again, if he were in this courtroom, despite this massive pile of evidence that Lost as Edgeworth seems to have, he would have he would have instantly clobbered Lost as Edgeworth and gotten across the point that I made earlier about how that wine glass proved that Adrian Andrews was actually in the room before Juan Tequila was dead. Clearly. Like, he would have made Lost as Edgeworth fall for this. Like, fall into his trap as opposed to the other way around. Phoenix is too stupid to know otherwise. I'm too stupid to do otherwise. But Melly would have done it, and he would have been flawless and perfect at it. Like, you think Lost as Edgeworth has an eidetic photographic memory. Like, he was able to put together this case literally at the... No. Melly wouldn't even have to look at the case and have it solved cold. That's just how good and how perfect he is. And we're done with that. So, today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is...
Especially things that don't have to do with the crime.
I mean, she's old bag, so I don't doubt it. That terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. Oof. Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Grant. Wow, even she calls the judge Gramps, and she's old as shit. Yes, madam. No. Please, by all means, interrupt her. Please. Okay, I actually am getting back into loving Ace Attorney at this point. Anyway.
Oh, I had no idea it was this comical.
It is.
The Ed Bag thing.
Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that the youth are hot-headed these days. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Aha! Bias! Look, everyone is crazy over that Scotch card, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. I'd say about 1,000,000,000 other silly things, but not that. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. They're the same age. But okay. I mean, look, Juan Tequila does look much older than Scotchguard, but they are technically the same age. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Tequila. Or maybe his brothers, 2 Tequila, 3 Tequila, or Floor. See, Phoenix says, but those two are the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, that's not actually what she said. She said she was in the hallway going to the bathroom. Objection! Perjury! Oh, wait. That happens on every day that ends in a Y around here. I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Return of the best witness. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. Again, no, you said you were on your way to the bathroom. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Scotchguard. Matt Scotchguard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Poof! Poof! Ah, I suspect it was actually not Scotchguard she saw. I'm pretty sure it was the Nickel Samurai she saw.
Yeah, that tends to be how these things go.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, considering what she saw.
Wouldn't be the first time in an edge bag case.
I was gonna say, considering what she saw in Turnabout Samurai, when she said it was Will Powers, but it was actually the Steel Samurai. So that's probably what happened here too. And despite the fact that she says her eyes are pros now, her brain apparently isn't, and she never learned her lesson. But we'll see. So Mr. Scotchguard came out from the victim's room. By the way, is there anyone you actually want to voice while you're here, LG?
Honestly, I believe Edgeworth would be a fantastic choice for me.
Then as you will. I'm tired of doing his smug accent anyway. See? It has to be him. He's the murderer. He did it.
Okay, where are we exactly? Are we in the cross-examination yet?
We just haven't gotten there yet. Like, we're after her testimony, but before the cross-examination.
I see. ...
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When I said we were right before the cross-examination, I meant it.
Sure did.
Pace around in the... That's not what you told me. You told me you went to bathroom. Hold it. Ms. Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai's show. I even took out a few of the nails. Sabotage. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. What? Oh, right, of course. Adrian would have been there before. Okay. Yes, this makes sense. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. This I definitively need to press on. Something you were interested in, and just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone you know. This is a court of law. You can't be vague about this shit. Spit it out. It's top secret between me and Juan. Oh, and Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Lost is Edgeworth. What is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip, yeah.
If this has something to do with the case, then you can append it to your testimony.
It looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Yeah, I know what this gossip is, so we'll get her to append it later on, but Mia is right, not really relevant. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Oop, hold on. I meant to press there. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Hold it. Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Tequila's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. Interesting. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really... Oh, that explains why she's question mark age.
Yeah, that's actually kind of brilliant.
That is very brilliant. I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why her... See? Even the judge got it. Answers to questions we never knew... Well, actually, we did have. We did, in fact, have this question. That would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Push! Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. Okay. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was... Yes, he was... I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to... Yes, we miss Franziska and her whip. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. Uh-huh. It was Scotchguard. Matt Scotchguard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Ah, and this is where we press and say, did you actually see him or someone in the Nickel Samurai costume? You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy! Really? Annoying brat! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person! Except I remember from Turnabout Samurai, and you didn't actually see Will Powers. Why do I get a sense of Dijon mustard? I don't know, Phoenix, did you have lunch today? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face, what the person was carrying, or the person's clothes? Well, we can talk about the person's face. Did you actually see that this time? Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes, and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by silky hair, his sparkling, shiny teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. ... This week's pinup... Why do you... I mean... What? LG, explain! Even LG can't explain. Why do you? I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night. What? Scotchgard's face is the same no matter where it is. You know, no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I mean, she didn't say she saw his face that night. But she technically didn't say she didn't see his face.
Was all in all very vague, wasn't it?
So I'm gonna say it was not important because it was vague. But I still think I'm on the right track. Possibly? Oh! I think I know what I gotta do, so it's not important. I guess it really wasn't that important after all. Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn. You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. There goes, that's more valuable than gold to me. Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining? She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. That's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? Yes. That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Okay, so I actually have to ask about his clothes. So we press, and we do this nonsense again. And I actually want to ask about what he was wearing. Because it'll either say he was wearing his Nickel Samurai outfit, in which case I could say she didn't actually see him, or if he wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai outfit, then how did the button get into the Hakama? Now I'm thinking like an idiot. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was, that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing aha!
For once, she actually did conclusively see the man she claims to see.
And that's actually good news. That racing jacket! Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too, with the massively pointy collar. That was very popular in the early 2000s. Yes, that fashion style was actually popular at one point in time. I remember that point of time. And I feel horrible about that. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Pantaloons! Man! Right. This testimony was actually incredibly relevant. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Objection!
Objection!
Oh, right, you're doing that this time.
Yeah, he hasn't come up very often, actually.
Go for it.
Perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Lost as Edgeworth?
Dot, dot, dot.
Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right, witness, please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Now I gotta present something. And it's this stupid button. Take that! Objection! Ms. Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Aha! It's button number 2 on the Pajama Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it at a single glance when it was covered in blood, and she even figured out what number button it was. She might give Maya a run for her money. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this! Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Scotchguard's body during a full-body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Scotchguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants. See? See? And Scotchguard is the nickel samurai. Witness? Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Scotchguard, was wearing his, quote, usual racing jacket? Well, technically that doesn't go over what pants he was wearing. Whatever, his usual racing jacket. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest but instead I have to what I was wearing is ridiculous. You ever read this after the city? I got a tape recorder stuck on my. Let me tell you, it's heavy, so heavy. I wish I switched CDs longer, but I'm keeping that treatment alive just because I have responsibilities. Do you understand? Now take a look at the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as documentary on color. You can get a tip from Edgy, but no, he's got style. Right at
Excellent work.
Now my lungs feel tired. Oh boy. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Scotchguard the man, but Mr. Scotchguard the nickel samurai? What? When you think about it, what? They are really one and the same anyway. Old bag? I guess she's so old her memory must be going. Because that's exactly what you said about the Steel Samurai when you saw him, except it wasn't Will Powers, it was Jack Hammer. Ms. Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy-poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change, you colossal jackass. It actually feels worse calling him names when I'm not the one voicing him. I'm sorry, LG.
Oh, please, no. I'm trying to play it up.
I know. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Which is even more meta because I voiced both of them. I'm actually enjoying myself again now. Who I saw. Scotchguard, Scotchguard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. Okay, so I was right in the first place. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist, and we proved it in like every single well, first of all, in every single fucking case in this game, except for the tutorial, and then we proved it in like 2 of the cases in the previous game, including one previous one where with you specifically and a different samurai.
Oh, I'm sorry, right? I may have a photographic memory, but I don't recall that. Perhaps you're just being stupid again.
Lost as Edgeworth. You're definitely not the sharpest bulb in the crayon box. I don't think you've got a photographic memory. I think you've got a doodle memory. And it's probably my artwork that you doodled, which means it's worth absolutely nothing. After all, I put the F in art. Tell me that's not a clever line.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Youngins today. I told you, there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. Bullshit! At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. I love her so much. As a character. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine. We already have the fucking point that we need, though. That it could have been anyone in that costume. But okay, we'll cross-examine her, because why the fuck not? Scotchguard, Scotchguard. Yes, now I remember, Press. Would you please get on with your testimony? Hoof! Stupid snipper-wapper! Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness is when it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my... Oh, God. I don't think I could start singing in the old bag voice. Well, especially not at the top of my lungs right now, but I don't think in general. Maybe we'll have to do that.
Oh, no, that's no. I thought I could, but no, I can't.
Never gonna give you up! Never gonna let you down! Maybe we'll have to do that as like a special channel point reward or charity or something, where I've got to sing an entire song in the old bag voice. We'll put that for later when my lungs aren't trying to murder me. God, I love old bag though. What? A striking figure by the sea. Standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. Oh, God. She actually was singing. A striking figure is he. Standing by the sea. He's the Nickel Samurai. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness? I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and just stick to the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Right, I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
And I'll shove that chewing gum right up your goddamn nose. Your witness, your fault. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai I saw. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago you said he was wearing... Yeah. Not too long ago you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What do you want to be when you grow up, whippersnapper? Dead? Well, probably not. My dream, huh? What does that have to do with anything? I wanted to be Judge Hero of the Public's... Okay. I think that's supposed to be a reference to the People's Court. Before it was Judge Judy, I think it was Judge Wapner. Christ,
okay.
Christ almighty, though, this game and its early 2000s references.
I mean, it came out, what, in the early 2000s?
In 2001, yes. But Jesus Christ, it did not age well. I mean, I get it because I was alive and old enough to remember this shit. But... good lord. See? Hey, look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner now, are you? Are you? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Well... to be fair, would Phoenix make a more or less competent judge than the judge? Anyway, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into the... when it's blatantly contradictory testimony within the last 10 minutes, it's kind of important. The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become a theatrics over test? Where the fuck have you been since I started this series, Phoenix? All that matters is the man inside the costume. All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? You technically haven't proven that that man was inside the costume. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Uh-huh. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. ... You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say, stupid snipper-wapper. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage right after the crime, you know. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Pajama Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why Scotchguard came out of dear Juan's room. I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway, what do you want to bet it was Juan Tequila in that outfit? Actually...
Then how does he die?
Well, that's a good question, but it was supposed to be the Nickel Samurai who gave a press conference after that show. But Scotchguard knew nothing about it. So Juan Tequila had a Nickel Samurai costume.
Yeah, that doesn't sound outlandish.
Considering some of the other bullshit we've seen in this game, or in this franchise.
Fair enough.
I mean, Jesus Christ, look at how Ghost Trick ended. Well, anyway. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor... But there was no blood on the costume itself. Yes? So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that for... No, you actually haven't. You flip-flopped at least once on that. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? Yes. You don't need to think too hard on this one. There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Oh, there is a contradiction in her testimony. Other than the fact that she said racing jacket first, and then Nickel Samurai outfit. Let me check my court record.
Yeah, this one seems like a little bit of a jump, but it makes sense where they go with it.
Mia says it's a blatantly obvious contradiction. The only blatantly obvious contradiction that I'm seeing is that she contradicts literally her previous testimony, and they literally just hand-wave that away.
Honestly, I don't think Mia's much help here.
She's not. Which is a first.
Like comparing her comment to the answer, I don't think that helps you at all.
Comparing her comment to what?
To the answer, the thing you have to present. Oh. I don't think it connects, actually.
Okay.
Like, it's connected to the obvious contradiction you know, but I don't think Mia helps you get there.
Yeah, because I'm confused. Like, the only thing I can think of is the press conference ticket. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. It says Nickel Samurai, not Matt Scotchko, but I don't see how I'm supposed to get there. Nothing else seems that relevant as actual evidence, unless I'm supposed to present profiles.
And here's something that might help. Take a look at the Nickel Samurai poster.
Okay, wait. I forgot that I have this. Okay.
Take a good look at his costume and see if there's anything that doesn't add up with anything else, other evidence you have.
The big thing that he was supposed to be carrying? So his right hand is all covered with that metallic crap. His left hand, he's got his pokey stick.
Yeah. Anything else about his left hand that seems notable?
His left hand?
Yeah.
It's wearing a glove?
Sure is.
Oh! So I've got to present the knife? I'm confused. Because you're right? If he was... Well, but he just used that knife for... I mean, the major thing to point out is that the Nickel Samurai costume doesn't have any blood on it, otherwise we would have been told.
Yeah, but the splatter looks small, at least.
Relatively. But you'd think there would have been at least some on the gloves or something. Or whatever the hell he's got on his right hand. But okay, so yeah, no, it's the fact that both of his hands are covered, which means he took his costume off at some point, but that's not something that's explicitly mentioned in her testimony. Right, I think that's... Because it's part of... It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. But she says if I press her on this, that he wouldn't have taken it off and put it back on between the Grand Prix and the ceremony.
Well, yeah, so something's not adding up then, is it?
So I have to present on this one then.
Assuming you haven't moved for a while, no, I think it's okay to hand this one out to you. It's the last one.
The last one.
Object
okay.
to the final statement.
Yes, he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing. So present the knife on that one. Right, it's the knife.
It's the knife.
Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at?
No, I'm driving, Mimi Meanie's car. Oh, wait. That was crashed.
You would.
I mean, someone has to. Or would have if the car wasn't... Although, to be fair, I don't think Phoenix has a driver's license. At least so I'm told. Anyway.
He canonically does not.
That is exactly what I am driving at. What are we driving at? And who's... I already told you. It's Mimi Meanie's car we're driving. If Mr. Scotchgard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right, the Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
Good. He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
What kind of fucking moron would do that? Objection overruled, you're a buffoon. See? Objection overruled, you're an idiot. Who the fuck would do that because it would specifically leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way anybody, even in a universe like this, where most people have the IQ of a kumquat, would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Bullshit! What is it?
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder.
Aha!
He was
there goes your
probably
premeditated murder.
He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
So why would he have gone over there to chat in the first place? And why would he have taken a fucking knife with him? Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Loss's Edgeworth theory? It's fucking bullshit. Why are we even entertaining this? So let me get this straight. Loss's Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him, thereby completely dismissing his premedicated murder from earlier. Now, up to this point, are there any problems? Yes! Yes! This theory,
what?
this theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Your own fucking comments, you genius! Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Scotchgard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone the... Again, it's the fucking knife. This knife, this was used by Mr. Scotchgard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Tequila.
I suppose.
You were the one who fucking mentioned this earlier! However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition number A. Aha! I win again. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point, that it's nap time! Oh, I'm sorry. This knife was planted by the real killer in an attempt to grow a knife tree. I mean, to hide their identity and mislead us. Because no one would actually believe that if you planted a knife, it would grow a tree full of knives. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! LG, what do you want?
Hot chocolate.
Very good. I might want some tea, but I'll wait for that until after I'm done streaming for the day. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To hide the murder method or to frame Matt Scotchgard? I mean, it does a pretty good job of doing both. It does. But to be fair, you're not going to hide the murder method for very long if they actually do an autopsy report. You're not. And there was the button in the Hakama. So it seems like there's a concerted effort, or concerted effort to continuously frame Matt Scotchgard. Like, if it was just the knife, then okay, maybe they might be trying to hide the murder method. But I'm going to go with to frame Matt Scotchgard. If I get one teeny tiny penalty, I can live with that. The infinite penalty from earlier was slightly problematic, but oh well. We're going to ignore that. That didn't actually happen.
It's non-canon.
Yes. It's to frame my client, Mr. Scotchgard, of course. To frame...
Objection! Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
No, because look at the fucking button also. Objection. But we just established that the witness saw, quote, the Nickel Samurai in costume. If that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Foiled by Old Bag again. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Oh boy, are you saying you mixed up Mr. Scotchgard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. Exclamation mark. No, she wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? 1. ... That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Tequila. Am I correct, witness? The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but not for the victim? But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Tequila. The fuck? Maybe... Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person? Oh good, Mia's being helpful again by not actually being that helpful. I think I see where this is going, though.
Alright, before you get where this is going, though, I've got to dip out for a bit.
Okay.
I may be back before stream ends, I may not. We'll see how this goes.
I should be going for about another hour and a half. Even if there are no little goblins here, I'm gonna try to keep myself to my standard, to my actual end time, because I know they'll be disappointed if I don't.
Yeah, odds are I'll be back in time to pop back in.
Alright, I'll see you in a bit then.
Farewell.
Toodaloo. Alright. Did my audio cut out? Hello? Okay. Why is my reactive not reacting? Can you all still hear me? Is anybody even in chat? I don't know if I'm talking or not, and if people... I don't know why it wouldn't Okay. Let me try one more thing. I know it looks the same from your end. There we go. Okay. Good. I was going to say, I know it looks the same from your end, but no, the first couple of times I just tried refreshing the reactive source. The third time I actually entered and exited the voice chat thing. Okay. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Ms. Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Well, gee, I wish that it would take me to profiles instead, but the answer is Celeste Impacts, who's been dead! No. Listen. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Scotchgard's manager, and allegedly the one who found the body. But see, that's the fucking question that I asked way at the beginning. When we said she's the one who found the body, why would she have gone into Juan Tequila's room to begin with? Now? And just now you're asking that question, Judge? Vault. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... Ha, I see. No, he actually probably doesn't. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Yes. Yes, we are. Andrew Anderson. Oh, wait. Adrian Andrews, yes. Adrian Andrews, without a doubt. The witness thought so as well. Humph. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Who the fuck swore you to confidentiality in the first place? What witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. It's old bag. So, yes, that makes perfect sense. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. ... Well, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I simply cannot let this point slide. So, you had your slam dunk case. You decided to go through with your witness anyway. Okay, admittedly, you didn't know it was old bag. But still, you know how shit goes when we're talking to witnesses. Alright, well, whatever. I see. Very well, then, witness. For the love of God, please testify about this secret information and just keep it as brief and as you can. Get ready! This is going to take the wind out of you young'uns! Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat! I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really. It's not like we're 10 years old. No, but you have the IQ of a 10-year-old. Actually, that might be insulting the 10-year-old. Secret information. Ooh. That Scotchgard is one evil man. Not like the evil magistrate. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. That's right. She's the one who thought that Scotchgard was forcing his manager onto tequila. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody but you and me know yet, okay? And everyone else in this room, and... The defendant sent his manager... What a distasteful topic for this court. Also blatantly false. What? Nobody's above gossip. Especially not you, snipper-wappers. Isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Ugh. Mr. Lost is Edgeworth. What about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Yes, and I have the capability. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right! Scotchgard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth! Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. I've never heard that saying before. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. That is a reference to Top Gun and the song Danger Zone, which some people might get as a more recent reference than early 2000s, because it was also referenced in the television show Archer by Archer many times. It's actually a fairly good song, and I probably botched it. Come to think of it, considering the fact that we had Old Bag threatening to sing and Highway to the Danger Zone both in this same stream, maybe at some point, again, I'd have to think about it, but like as a donation incentive or as a special channel point reward or something, maybe I might have to sing Highway to the Danger Zone in the Old Bag voice. Maybe. God, that would be funny as hell. But I don't want to commit to that while my lungs burn. Okay. Evil man! Press. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Ms. A.A. But the name of the magazine this comes from is Gossip Land. What? Are you saying that gossip is just all a pack of lies? Humph! What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that news is 100% the truth. Well, back then it might have been. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, the fuck are you on about now, Judge? You know the difference between gossip and actual news. Anyway, Scotchgard will never get me to say touche! Press. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Snipper-wapper. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school? Yeah, of course they would teach kids in middle school all about scandals. No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Scotchguard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Okay. And he's in his own manager getting close with one. Press. You don't have any proof that Mr. Scotchguard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything. But boy, do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny. Show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Scotchguard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan? This is probably a trap? Because I can't prove that he doesn't have ill will toward Juan, but I can prove that Adrian had motive for going after Juan on her own. I don't have anything to offer. See? Just as I thought! And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want when I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. Alright, what did you do? So what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson. I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. No, stop. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Press? Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. ... It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. Never, you stupid snipper-wapper. Never. Poof! 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 How in the world did that old bat, get such a secret piece of information? You walked into Old Bag being Old Bag. Press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you won't get to go home today. Angie Poo, what are you doing? Help me! What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. Humph. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. Objection! The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head, of course. This is Old Bag. Old Bag is the best witness ever. This is the second case she's been in. She was in Turnabout Samurai in the first game, and now she has returned for whatever the fuck this one is. I think it's... What is this one called? I don't remember. But she is the best. He lectures me on right. Hey, for once, a correct use of capital M, capital E. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. I know where she got the information from. Yes. It's like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? Can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. But I know where she got it from. Okay, present evidence. I know what I gotta do. I know what I gotta do. No. Lost as Edgeworth is lecturing me, not the other way around. So we press here, and we do this again. And instead of... I figured I knew where this was going. This is Lana's camera. Yeah, no, because Lana was snooping around looking for it. So she planted her camera, and her camera went missing. So we present evidence... So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? So, no. Old Bag is a security guard. So let me present her court record. Right? Profiles. Meet Wendy Old Bag. Member of Hotel Security. By the way, we figured out why her age is question mark, because she said today that since she turned 20, she stopped keeping track of her age. I don't know why it says security lady when we know her name is Wendy Oldbag, but she's wearing the Starship Trooper outfit because apparently that's the uniform that the hotel security was wearing on the night of the event with all the samurais and heroes and all that nonsense. But she's hotel security. Anyway, no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Ms. Oldbag? Well, why are you looking at me like that? Stop that, you stupid snipper-wapper! Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Boop. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews. Well, what outrageous ideas you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Aha! That's it. That's the note. Aha! Oops. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Ms. Hart's note and her camera. I'm a huge fan of wands. That's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. It's a fake ray gun. Like it's a plastic phaser. Also, Cody Hackins had a sword. She's working with that evil Scotch guard. She said so herself. Okay. I think this only works if you use his actual name, but... Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. ... Why the fuck did you steal her entire camera? ... Hey, ... Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out the angel that I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. That's another clever line from him. Although, that line about the wine from... It was his wine cellar. It's blush, Pig Rider, not makeup. Like, she's blushing because she's in love with... So, in the War Room server, you know that the channel that we have for Ace Attorney is called Edgebag. It's because there are people who ship Edgeworth an old bag. Because she's in love with him. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. Looks like she's really sorry. Pile on more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. The fucking camera also. That piece of paper was with a camera. Witness? You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Not the most agreed. I mean, look, at least they're both adults. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? You have none. Ms. Oldbag, I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night. Again, it's the fucking camera. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweet $1,600 camera disappeared on me." Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Grr! Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. You stupid snipper-wapper. Is this the camera you're looking for? Uh-huh. That's it. What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. And you basically admitted to that in a court in front of a judge, so guilty? I saw that woman's business card. That's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. So that's what Lotta's got on her business card, huh? That's actually really good. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sorts of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff! Check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Oh boy, this is going to end well. Well, Mr. Losses Edgeworth, what do we have? We have a gigantic mess, Your Honor. There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. I don't believe you! I want to search that whole fucking camera myself, because I know you and your prosecutor ilk will try to hide all of the fucking photos. Your mentor did it. Your older sister did it. I'm pretty sure you did it at least once too, but I can't remember off the top of my head. There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. Yes, probably. See? I told you! That's the guy I saw! This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter, except for when she said he was wearing his racing jacket and then corrected herself and said he was wearing the Nickel Samurai outfit. But I proved earlier that means that the fingerprints couldn't be on the knife. Lada's photo added to the court record. But what does this all mean, Mr. Losses Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Scotchgard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. Ah, objection! I already proved that that's impossible. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of it. No. We have not. Let me see that photo again. Alright, so that looks like the Nickel Samurai. Those are all the things by Juan Tequila's door, so that is Juan Tequila's door. There's got to be something about this photo that doesn't make sense. I mean, the button isn't anywhere to be found, and it was found in the Hakama. But again, he's wearing the gloves. Of course I don't. There's only one road out of... Is this going to be another infinite penalty? This photo that Lada took, there's... Oof. I mean, there's got to be something strange with it. I can't see it off the top. I mean, again, unless we go back to he's wearing his gloves. Which was what I mentioned earlier. Because again, the whole premise that he went in wearing the Nickel Samurai outfit, and then the knife still had... I'm going to say there's something strange about it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Losses Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to... No! ... Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Oh god. Well... Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? So autofocus, why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Let's hear your objection. Oh, good! Another infinite penalty.
Sorry, I appear to have spaced out for a while there. Your Honor, do you think we could just redo the past 20, 30 minutes of courtroom proceedings?
We might have to, because I forgot to save before this infinite penalty.
Ah, my goodness, what an event. Could you please tell us the most recent line so that I may find the thing?
This is presenting on Lotta's photo.
Catastrophically unhelpful. I assume Miss Hart is on the witness stand?
Old Bag is still on the witness stand.
Still Old Bag. Have we gone for recess?
No.
No? Okay.
I assume we're about to.
I'm sorry, I have absolutely no clue.
So we just found that Old Bag had stolen Lotta's camera.
Okay. Camera.
Lost his Edgeworth, had the photo, and then, it shows the Nickel Samurai. The judge is saying that this is decisive evidence, and I said, bullshit. And now I've only got one chance to...
I see. What about this photo is so, quote-unquote, strange? I see.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
I mean, again... So, where did Lotta take this from? I don't remember. But it's clear that that's Juan Tequila's room from all the flowers and the teddy bears and all of that. That's the door to the hall. So
yes.
what's strange about this photo?
I mean, yes, well, of course I know what's strange about it, but can you?
I was going to say it's the gloves. Because again, we established earlier that he wouldn't have been wearing the gloves during the murder, and he abso-fucking-lutely would not have taken them off just to cover the murder weapon with his fingerprints, and he wouldn't have even had the murder weapon if he had gone over it, like...
Can you save right here during the...
I wish I could,
searching?
But the only thing that I see is present.
In the interest of not getting you an infinite penalty, it's not the gloves.
So what the hell is it? I mean, the other thing that I was thinking is it could be the pants and the fact that there's no button in the pants. I think that was my very first thought. But then I was like, well, we made such a big stink about the gloves earlier. Also, that teddy bear has no nose. If it's not the gloves, which again we made a huge stink about earlier, it's got to be the lack of button in the pants.
It's regarding the pants, but I do not believe it's the button.
Okay, so
Yes, no, it is not the button.
Well, I don't have to present a specific bit of evidence, I just have to point at his pants.
His feet, specifically. Nickel Samurai feet pics.
Yeah. I mean, oh, right. Look at that. The pants really don't seem to fit well, do they? That actually makes a lot more sense. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? Oh, God. Okay, if you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? Okay, let me actually see court record. Oh, yeah. The pants are too long. Adoy. I really am an idiot today. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Scotchgard. Well, what is the meaning of this?
This has never happened before. The person in the unique costume that nobody else could possibly wear is not the person everybody thinks it is. I am aghast.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Which, yeah, again, you can actually see. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. Okay, yeah, no, I'm a little slow today. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the pants are all kind of bunched up. The Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Akama up just to walk. ... There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. True. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Losses Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What the heck do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Oh, good. I should probably start lobbing paper airplanes at him so he feels under attack. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, where does this leave us? ... If the person in this photo is not Matt Scotchgard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Aha!
I thought it would come to this.
What the fuck are you blathering about this time?
Right. I have something to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Scotchgard.
Yes.
He's Scotchgard.
Yes.
But in that case, who is this a photo of?
That's an excellent question. I don't give a fuck because it's not my responsibility to find out. The only thing I had to prove is that that's not Matt Scotchgard. And it's clearly not.
Now, by this point, you should be fully aware that that's not how this works.
Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. You keep saying it's very simple.
Right, even a child could figure this one out.
What you should be focused on is Lost Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Probably because he knows I've decided not to hate him anymore. Mr. Wright, let's hear your thought. You really don't want to, Your Honor. They're a chaotic mess of nonsense. The person in this photograph is my fucking attorney badge. I mean, one can guess that it's Adrian Andrews. All of them, Dawning. Because apparently Franziska got shot, and I went on a rampage.
I wasn't there for that part.
I mean, there's two guesses that I have. One is Juan Tequila himself, but I don't think Juan Tequila would have been that much shorter than Matt Scotchgard. Two is Adrian Andrews, who I'm trying to... Well, you missed that, Dawning. You missed that. That was a long time ago.
He loves me again, Miss Winds. He loves me. Intelligent and sexy prosecutor kilometers lost his Edgeworth.
That is blatantly false and not what I said.
Oh, I read between the lines.
You absolutely did not.
You can give the real explanation.
Should I just present Adrian Andrews? They're saying it's simple, but it really, like... Okay, Phoenix was saying earlier on that it looks like Adrian was the one who killed... Juan Tequila. I think this is where we're going with this. If I don't want you to assume that Lone was right, I have to tell you. Okay, fine. Go check channel point rewards and you'll see that a certain one has been re-added, although I typoed and just copy-pasted from a different one. So the name in there is wrong. And the basic gist of it is Edgeworth was right. My hatred for him was really, really not healthy. So I've decided I'm not going to hate him quite as much as I have. I'll still get on his case for being a smug jackass, but, like, the hatred and the vitriol will be toned down. And said reward is back. So I'm presenting Adrian Andrews.
If you must.
Yeah, Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you... Oh, right, I'm not voicing him. Sorry, I'm so used to voicing him.
No, it's all good, it's all good. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. Aha! Evidence! Physical height. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Scotchgard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Scotchgard that night. And how does that all add up? Well, you see, you take this number 1, you put a little plus sign, which is almost like an X, except rotated about 45 degrees, so that you've got a perfectly horizontal line and a perfectly vertical line. Then you put another 1 next to it. Then you put an equal sign, that's 2 parallel horizontal lines that are not too far apart from each other. And then on the other side of that, you put in the number 2. That's how it all adds up.
You are a mathematical genius, my good sir.
I am more so a mathematical enigma, but yes, that too. I am also a multivariable equation. And yes, Dawning, Lone does a very good Lost as Edgeworth.
Thank you very much, Miss Winds.
I admit that I feel even worse bad-mouthing him when I'm not... Because when I'm bad-mouthing Lost as Edgeworth and I'm voicing him, it's like, okay, I'm just talking to myself and talking shit to myself. But Lone knows it's not actually directed at him, so I think we're all good.
It's fine. I can act. I can separate myself from the character.
True. Anyway, it means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Scotchgard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, right?
That's actually true, Dawning. There have been, other than Mia Fey and Old Bag, who I have voiced Old Bag specifically, but like Mia Fey, I only started voicing her because I was the only one around, and just for some reason I still voice her with basically the same voice that I do Phoenix and the Judge, so it's very confusing.
Mio is a very masculine woman.
Yeah, the big boobs show that. I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Ms. Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Tequila. It was Ms. Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected... Judge, why the fuck is this unexpected at this point? Like, I do this shit all the time. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
This court is issuing a subpoena for Ms. Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. ... Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Yes, Mia, it is. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. I don't know, Dawning. One more day. Akbar! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya. Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. But what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. I see no problems here. Raise an objection. Now then, objection! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Ms. Andrews' testimony if she's not...
Hold it! I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Lost as Edgeworth, what the hell are you doing now?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But... we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
This unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what the fuck do you mean by that?
that Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Ms. Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
Excuse you, motherfucker? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth?
Ms. Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution lobby. She is the next witness.
Lone isn't lost his Edgeworth. We've established this. Good, you've saved me some time. Thank you, for once in your goddamned life. Somehow I knew there was no way Lost his Edgeworth would overlook Ms. Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly.
Aye, very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Losses Edgeworth, and don't shout at her in German for those 10 minutes.
Affirming silence.
The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Is it just me, or is this case really slow?
Oh, buddy, you have no idea how much more is left in this part alone.
Well, good news. I reached another save point, so I don't have to worry about that infinite penalty again. So, here's my problem. It's 11 o'clock, and I rather doubt where we're going from here is going to take less than half an hour, especially since I keep blathering on and on and on and on.
Yeah, you've still got another testimony, pretty long bit in between there. Another testimony, more talking, lots more talking. A third testimony, fourth testimony,
And this is just
and
day
so
one?
much. Oh, so very much.
I mean, I
It
get
is
it.
listed in the transcripts as part 2 of 4.
For day one.
No, sorry. I think it's like investigation day 1, court day 1, investigation day 2, court day 2.
So there is a day two.
I think what the parts are split up into.
Alright. So I will ask Little Goblin for her opinion as to what I should do now. Do I continue going? Or do I stop a little early for the evening? I know Little Goblin just got here, though, so we'll see. I could probably keep going for like half an hour and then find a save point and stop, but
I will state that however long you keep going for, I will have to leave very shortly again anyway, and definitely won't be back in time.
fair enough.
To come back this time?
My throat's not the problem, Dawning. My lungs are the problem, and part of that's because of doing Old Bag's voice and trying to sing as Old Bag and laughing so hard I started coughing. I'll keep going for a little while, maybe at least get us back into the courtroom. Oh, I did that already, but you know what? I'll do that again. So we'll get back into the courtroom and figure out what the hell to do from there. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 3.
Alright, well, while you're chatting it up, defendant Mr. Wright, I shall leave for the rest of the stream. Farewell!
Right. Well,
enjoy your stream.
I shall, and I have a little goblin here to keep me company. Huzzah.
Hello, Goblin.
Hi, Lone. I'm here to send him to bed at a reasonable time.
Very well, very well. Magnificent. I bid you, the two of you, adieu.
See you around, Lone.
Hi.
Hi, little goblin.
Hi.
You feeling any better?
No.
That sucks. Well, enjoy my Scottish voice. Ah, dude, I cannot believe that Adrian. No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews! She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off.
I was clearing my throat.
I see. How was your throat?
Full of some sort of gunk.
Fun. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. Ah, so after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Except how the fuck was she wearing the costume if he was sleeping in the costume? Did she... Dawning? Did she strip him naked while he was sleeping? Put on his costume, go Stabicus to Juan Tequila, get him dressed again, and plant that button in his Hakama before all without waking him up?
He was wearing clothes under the costume.
Okay, at least that's fair, but that does prove that this probably was a premedicated murder. She had to have medicated Scotchguard to prevent him from waking up as she removed his costume and put him back into it. Because she was the one that came in to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yeah, sure. For sake of argument, we'll say she was the real killer and the one who murdered Juan Tequila.
What do you mean, fake argument?
I said sake of argument. I still think there's a lot, like, first of all, I'm pretty sure the one who actually did the killing is the one literally named D Killer.
Why would you assume such a strange and unfathomable thing?
Because I know how this series works. And I still don't think Scotchguard is 100% innocent. Because he worded it very specifically that he didn't kill anybody. And yes, there were no psych locks or anything like that. But he wouldn't be lying if he paid to have someone else kill someone. Like, but I still haven't figured out why he would want Tequila dead. Like, they're saying that the motive is that there was bad blood between them, but if Scotchguard was always ahead in the popularity polls, and if he just won the Grand Prix, he's right. Like, there's no competition between the two of them. He was getting his own movie, he was doing all this, he was, you know, at the top of his game. Let the loser be. So there's a lot more, I mean, evidently so, because LG was saying there's a lot more to this case that we still need to do, but...
How dare he tell you that?
You're just upset because now I know that it's not going to be a one-day trial.
Being as you're told it's a one-day trial, it seems kind of like a spoiler to tell someone that it's not.
To be fair, I kind of figured it wasn't going to be that simple.
Oh, but it could have been a really long one day.
I mean, yeah, no. This gets back to what I said before, where it's like, okay, technically they haven't done any, quote, 3-day trials in a long time, but, like, you've got investigation day, day 1 investigation part 1, day 1 investigation part 2, trial day 1 part 1, trial day 1 part 2, trial day 1 part 3. Then you've got investigation day 2 part 57. I don't know.
Just wait till you hear about Turnabout for tomorrow.
I'm not making it that far. Oh, I guess I will also say, since I've decided to stop hating Lost as Edgeworth, I find myself starting to enjoy this series a little bit more. It does help that a lot of people have had some real, including the judge, of course, Old Bag, have had a lot of really good one-line. Even Lost as Edgeworth himself had a couple of really good one-liners. Anyway, but why? I thought she was buds with one. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about, laddie? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by... Don't make a promise you can't keep. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Ms. Andrews depended on Ms. Impact's as her strength and reason to live. And by the way, I proved earlier that that glass with her fingerprint on it showed she was in the room before Juan Tequila was dead. Right, Dawning?
Sure.
Oh, right, you weren't here.
I was not here.
Well,
I was asleep.
Yes, that glass apparently had her fingerprint on it. And Lost as Edgeworth was saying that she placed it on the table in shock after seeing the dead body. But I said that's impossible, because she couldn't have just carelessly set it down on that table, because there was a giant mess and an open guitar case in front of it. And a dead body on one side of it. And if she had placed it on the other side, it would have been closer to the side as opposed to the center and front. So... But we never actually got to that point. Like, that was never acknowledged anywhere. I'm guessing that's going to be acknowledged here. Ms. Andrews has depended on Ms. Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Ms. Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Tequila, the victim of this murder. And that's why well, no, that's not why you think Ms. Andrews got close to Mr. Tequila. Ms. Andrews literally admitted that. All to get the suicide note back, assuming that he, A, still had it, and B, there was one. That sounds...
There is evidence that there was one.
Well, yeah, but he might have, like, literally incinerated it. I mean, there was evidence that there was... That's right, the liquid evidence, because it wasn't solid evidence, it was liquid evidence. You know, it was ink on her fingers, but strictly speaking, could have just put her fingers in a thing of ink or something, but whatever. That sounds plausible.
Why would she do that?
Maybe it wasn't a suicide. But one thing bothers me. Is this going where I think it is? Like, she wouldn't have killed him if she didn't have the note. If he didn't give her the note. Like, because if he dies, there goes any potential for her to ever get the note. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Wasn't it, Oh, yes. This is where it's going, and that's Lost as Edgeworth, so we might be walking directly into another trap. Yep. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. I have a solution to this problem, Dawning. Do you know what that solution is?
Sink the ship.
I was going to say crash it into the moon. I suppose both would work.
I guess it depends on what kind of ship it is.
Right. If it's a spaceship, sink it. If it's a boat ship, crash it into the moon. Got it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't let your guard down yet. Yes, my Scotch guard. Alright. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. I guess we'll get through as much of this as we can in about 15 minutes, which, knowing me, it's probably going to be nothing. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Ms. Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Tequila's room. That's D. Killer's card, by the way, that she's fussing with.
Where's
What?
your evidence? Oh, wait.
Yes?
The evidence is something Phoenix wouldn't have access to.
Mia would. What is your occupation?
I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Scotchgard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure, what is it?
I'm sure everyone in the room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
Ah, no, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. To be fair, yes, I got him to break down once in a previous case. It was funny. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Tequila. I was also aware of the rivalry that had existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him.
Way to lie, Lost as Edgeworth. No one is accusing you of that.
I think there is someone who would beg to differ.
Yes. Hi. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Ms. Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When you found the body.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. When I saw that, naturally, What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Juice, yes. You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yeah. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by removing this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. So there goes Lost Edgeworth's theory from earlier that she just casually took out the glass and set it down without remembering, or set it down casually. But I'm still of the opinion that she couldn't have put that there before, after the murder because mess. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. I suppose you would know about people having brains, Mia. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. I'ma go head-on confrontation!
Well, she's not very big and she's not very strong, so you'd probably win in a fight.
Yeah, see? It's true. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition! The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? So press all the buttons is what I'm hearing.
Buttons, buttons.
So, show to start. Press on the first statement. Hold it! And what was Mr. Scotchgard doing at the time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his many performances as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Scotchgard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room? Yes? What could not have been taken out of his room?
Excuse me? It? What are you?
Objection. Right. I thought years of school... Okay, so I wasn't the only one who thought that sentence was stupid. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Scotchgard's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar?
Probably.
The witness may continue. Fucker.
I mean, he has a point.
Okay, yes, in that one instance he has a point, because Phoenix said something that even I thought was gibberish.
Phoenix often speaks in gibberish.
This time even I couldn't understand what the fuck he was trying to say. Anyway, press on the second sentence. And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture. One was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further! Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim?
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? Press on the third button, on the third statement. You were in shock.
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Tequila. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. I disagree.
Yeah, Phoenix has only ever been in shock once.
And it wasn't when he stumbled across a dead body. He was perfectly rational when he found Mia Fey's dead body. And you can't...
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. It would not have been because... glass? So... I feel a need to present the crime photo and point out, because if she's saying that she saw the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo, it doesn't explain how that glass was there and not disturbed. But I'm going to press anyway because I'm an idiot. This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest.
And the guitar case was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, Witness? Okay. So, press again. Quote-unquote, juice.
Yes. There was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
Wasn't that bottle full? Or, like, pretty damn close to full? But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Ms. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Tequila, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
Where is this? What's going on? Oh.
That's a good question.
Found it. I was under the wrong thing. And what of it? My mind was really a complete blank at the time.
So how do you remember any of this? Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today?
Every day.
It's that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
No, it kind of is. Press further! Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. And when I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked flower vase over.
What the fuck? Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Oh, so it
It was...
wasn't knocked over. Also, I was right. That bottle of tomato juice is damn near full. Huh. This massive glass
It's full
shards?
enough that it could conceivably have filled one glass.
Maybe. Anyway, this massive glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume that the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. ... I was the one who knocked the vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case.
Oh dear, what am I supposed to present here? Oh! Oh! The guitar case itself. Because she said it was open, in which case there would have been water on the inside. So let's present the guitar case. Objection! You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct?
Yes.
And you are sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem, and probably the last thing that we are going to cover tonight, because I assume Little Goblin wants me to go to sleep.
Yes.
Okay. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase were scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, it would be inside the case. The glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
Oh.
Objection! What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. It's an open and shut case, you dumbass. Is that all? Objection! No. Think back to what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. Objection. But But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end, as dead as the victim is. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. ...
I would expect the case to have a bearing on a case.
I would too, yes. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? No. I disagree. It seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case, but sure. Shall we save this for next time?
Yes, we shall. It is past 11:30.
Okie dokie then. In that case, I will go to options and I will save.
Good idea.
It's unusual for me to be saving at a point like this, but I did kind of anticipate that before I got started. So, I suppose now I should commence with the wrap-up, shouldn't I?
Yeah, probably.
Very well. In that case, let me tell you that if you only caught part of tonight's stream, you can catch the entire episode over on my YouTube channel. I will be uploading it there shortly after completing my stream, or shortly after finishing my stream. If you were watching this on YouTube, you can catch me over on my Twitch channel over there. I will be back Wednesday evening for Tears of the Kingdom this week. I will not be streaming next week because I will be on a business trip for the whole week, which is fun. However, to
that
make
sounds
up...
like a long business trip.
Yeah, I'll be gone Monday through Friday. It's a thing.
You're getting home on Saturday?
I'm getting home Friday, like, shortly before Sabbath.
That sounds like it would be rather inconvenient.
A bit. There's no other way around it, though. Anyway, to make up for the fact that I wasn't able to stream on this channel last week, and that I won't be able to stream on it next week, I will point out that I will also have some extra streams, in addition to my usual streams on the Bulba Garden channel. I will have some extra streams there this week. So, you can find myself and DawningWinds over on the Bulba Garden channel. Normally, I stream on Sunday mornings, starting at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. You will find me there tomorrow evening at my usual time of 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. I will be streaming basically as many of the rematches as I can possibly get for the Blueberry Academy, or in the league room, so that's going to be as many of the Elite Four members for the Blueberry League that I can get, then all of the gym leaders, all of the Elite Four members from the Paldea Elite Four, all of the faculty members, along with Jita, and the only ones that I won't be doing are Nimona, Penny, and Arvin that I did this past Sunday, because I have not completed Mochi Mayhem in Scarlet version as yet. But I'll be doing all of that tomorrow evening, and then I will also be streaming on Bulba Garden's channel Thursday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will be starting my brand new series, because Scarlet and Violet are coming to a close. I really don't have much else I can do in there. So, brand new series starting Thursday, and that will be what I continue to stream on that channel on Sundays moving forward. It was decided by poll that I will be doing a water-type challenge run of Alpha Sapphire. Hooray, I have to suffer.
7.8 ain't too much water.
Yes, 7.8 out of 10 too much water. I will have to suffer through a Gen 6 game, which sucks. Anyway, in addition to myself and Dawning, you can also find the Caps Fan on the Bulba Garden channel. You can also find him when he's live on his channel over there. That will do it for me for this evening, though. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for putting up with my bullshit when it came to Lost as Edgeworth. And again, I do apologize for those rants a couple episodes ago. Like I said, I'll try to get better about that. And God bless this mess. See you all hopefully tomorrow night on the Bulba Garden channel.